How's it going, everybody? Today we're going to be working on our iOS application, and the first thing that I'm doing here is updating the architecture review document just to make some changes so that it's more historically accurate. I have a phased implementation plan that is in the architecture review document, and this is our source of truth that we're using our agent to leverage in order to make changes so that way we can stay as aligned as possible with our goal and we don't obfuscate what direction we're heading in. And right now I'm just working on updating that document so that it reflects the changes that we've made at this stage, so that way now I can continue to work on the implementation plan of the phases that we have not yet started developing. So I'm going to go ahead and prompt the agent to make those changes. The current architecture review document does not include phases 1 through 3. I want those phases to be included and marked as complete. You can find the commit messages pertaining to the description for those phases in the repository. Let me know if you have any trouble with finding information about what those phases include. So while Claude is cooking, I'm going to go ahead and show you the website that is currently live right now. So here's the website. What I have recently improved on is the Get Early Access link. So anybody can click that, enter their name, and basically once you enter your name, you can go into filling out the form. It'll send you a link back with exactly the steps that you need in order to be able to get access to the beta. So if you want to check that out, it is simulison.com. Okay, so apparently those changes are already reflected, and I'm not sure where because I'm looking at the document right now. Yeah, but for some reason, phase development plan. Okay, there it is, done. Okay, very good. So we don't need to do that anymore. Very good. So we're implementing Phase 7C. Phase 7 includes podcast integration. So we need to include the LibriVox public domain audiobook integration. So what we have currently, have the podcast integration, and that feature can be demonstrated by going to the library, selecting the podcast pill, and then clicking up here at this antenna, and we can add a podcast. Let's type in vibe code, and vibing with AI code. We'll go ahead and add that catalog, and we'll see it populate down here. We click the plus button, and then we can navigate in our player card to the podcast section, and we will see our Vibing with AI Code podcast. And this is the first episode. It's 23 minutes. There's a bunch of episodes in here, it looks like. This person is just getting started with their podcast. It looks like they're only on the 8th episode. So let's play the first. For some reason, the audio is not playing through. It's not playing through the podcast or the app, so I'm gonna go ahead and close it and relaunch it. And I'm not sure why that keeps happening. It's happened one of the other streams where the audio just stopped playing. And once I include a music catalog into this application, I don't think I should have that error. It might be because I'm playing several different audios at the same time, and the computer is just only dedicating one. In this case, it's only allowing the Spotify music to go through. So I'm going to go ahead and pause the Spotify music. Pause the Spotify music, and we're going to play only through the iOS app here. So we have a prompt for our CLI agent that was provided to me from Perplexity. Podcast, select the podcast.
This podcast is brought to you by...
Oh my gosh, these introductions with this music is just
Before we dive into the episode here, I just wanted to thank you for checking out our inaugural episode of Vibing with AI Code. We talk a little bit about our developer origin stories, our experiences so far with AI, and a little bit about what we might talk about in the future. So hopefully you enjoy the podcast. And I also just want to mention that we are sponsored by Fireside FM. If you're looking for a great podcast hosting platform that's been around since 2016, check them out. That's where we're hosted.
All right, so it is obviously working. The audio is coming through, but if I start playing Spotify,
and hopefully you enjoy the show. Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. Looking forward to recording here.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so I thought, being our first episode, we should just talk a little bit about ourselves here to start and, kind of see what...
all right, so I'm prompting the CLI agent to read the architecture review document before touching any code. It's our source of truth for the architecture, and it describes what it needs to build. We need to create a LibriVox repository which conforms to audio repository in our source code. It uses the API. we're going to need to have certain models created, and we're going to have to wire this into our source manager file. We're going to have to add this to our library view so that there is a interface, user interface modifications. There's some constraints we're going to need to follow, and there are some requirements for when we know this has been completed. So let's go ahead and paste that into our agent. So one of the things I'm looking forward to offering is the music catalog. I think that's going to be like the biggest moment that I have had in these last couple of weeks, because that's the core feature of this application is dual audio playback. And right now all I have is basically an application that can utilize non-copyrighted podcast material. I'm working on integrating the audiobooks catalog, which are also non-copyrighted material. And once I get the music catalog, that will be sort of the full picture coming together. So I'm really looking forward to being able to get to that point, which I believe is going to be the completion of the Phase 7. And then after Phase 7, we have a long-term vision plan, but I feel like
Finance lead just opened the credit card statement. A charge she can't
before that long-term vision plan can be worked on, I think there's definitely going to be some preliminary phases that need to be addressed before we get to that vision plan. And it'll be setting up those phases sort of like reverse engineering. We have the long-term vision, which is in our review document, our architecture document, and then we can reference that and work backwards. All right, so to change or manage agents in Claude Code, you must use different methods depending on whether you want to switch between active backgrounds, agent sessions, force a specific custom agent when launching a new terminal. So I don't even know which agent I'm using. How to check which agent I am using in Claude Code. I really want to know which model I'm using. To view current model, run /status in Claude Code terminal to see session details. /status, show Claude Code status, including version model. I don't know if I run that now, if that's going to interrupt what it's doing. If I run /status while the agent is working, will that interrupt its task? All right, it will not interrupt the task. Queued command. Your status command will safely sit in a queue. The tool will finish its current action before printing the status info, so I might as well just wait anyway.
No receipt. That's how most business travel gets managed. Not within.
More ads. Into our agent. one of these days I will have a chat that's interacting with me. And it's fine, you know, I don't really care. A little bit of anticipation, really, for when I can actually start getting people in the chat interacting with me. I did have somebody join the chat during one of my sessions last time, which was nice. Just to have interaction in the chat, really. I wonder if I use another model if it will go faster. Alright, so far it has read the architecture review document. Now it's reading the files in parallel before touching anything. Now it wants to read the view file and the remaining model files it needs. I need to see how dual audio player view model handles remote episodes and read the URL resolver. So this catalog might be huge, this audiobook catalog. I mean, let's see how big LibriVox, how big is LibriVox catalog of audiobooks. 21,500 independently cataloged public domain audiobooks. These are non-copyrighted, right? They are completely non-copyrighted. Every single audiobook in LibriVox catalog is explicitly placed in the public domain. Two rules. The book text must be public domain. The audio recording is dedicated to public domain. That's terrific. I was actually thinking about how I would love to have the ability to see the text itself in the app. And I'm not sure if that's something I'll integrate. Well, I definitely will integrate it later because I haven't really thought too much about it, other than just the idea and how it would be nice, but I haven't really thought about how I would implement it. And the current UI that I have right now is pretty constrained. I mean, there's definitely going to have to be some modifications that I make to it to allow for a higher level of functionality to be integrated so that it's not only capable of doing more, but that it is wrapped up in a way that offers all these different functions and features. NVIDIA CEO says AI return on investment debate is over. NVIDIA's 2026 annual meeting of stockholders held virtually on Wednesday, CEO Jensen Huang declared that the long-debated question of AI's return on investment has been answered, casting AI data centers as revenue-generating factories and laying out plans to accelerate shareholder returns. Please pronounce that. Huang.
Huang.
Huang framed AI infrastructure in blunt economic terms, telling shareholders that operating an NVIDIA system to produce tokens is now a profitable enterprise in its own right. He pointed to GitHub's nearly threefold increase in pull requests this year as evidence of AI-driven productivity gains. Tokens are units of AI-generated output. NVIDIA systems may not be the most affordable option, but they produce lowest cost. The token throughput in NVIDIA systems may not be the most affordable option, but they produce the lowest cost, the token throughput, and generate the most revenue, Huang said. The company reported fiscal year 2026 revenue of $215.9 billion, a 65% increase year over year, with operating income rising 60% to $130.4 billion. Free cash flow exceeded $96 billion for the year. NVIDIA announced it will return 50% or more of that free cash flow to shareholders through buybacks and dividends going forward, having already returned $20 billion during the fiscal year. Explain what this all means to a non-technical person. At a high level, NVIDIA is telling investors AI is no longer a bet. It's already making serious money, and we're doubling down. Here's what all those sections mean in plain English. AI is now a proven business. For a while, people questioned whether spending billions on AI infrastructure would actually pay off. Huang is saying that the debate is over. Companies are making real money using AI systems. NVIDIA's chips power most of those systems, and the more AI gets used to, the more demand there is for NVIDIA hardware. Huang's token comment just means AI output. Huang's token comment just means AI outputs are now treated like units of production, similar to how factories measure output. NVIDIA is saying their systems generate those outputs efficiently and profitably. NVIDIA is printing money right now. NVIDIA is printing money right now. The financials are massive. Revenue, $216 billion. Profit, $130 billion. Free cash flow, $96 billion. That's not future potential. That's happening right now. Returning a lot of cash to shareholders, positioning themselves as both a growth company and a cash machine. They're betting on the next wave, physical AI. This is where it gets interesting beyond chatbots. Physical AI is basically AI that interacts with the real world. Robots, autonomous systems, smart factories, and drones, among other things. They already have made $6 billion in this area, which suggests it's not just hype anymore. The new Vera Rubin platform is designed for faster AI processing, lower cost per AI output, and more complex agent-like systems. They're trying to make AI cheaper and more powerful so it spreads everywhere. They expect insane demand. Huang mentioned up to $1 trillion in orders for their AI systems by 2027. This basically implies tech companies, governments, and enterprises are all racing to build AI infrastructure. NVIDIA expects to stay the dominant supplier. Two smaller but notable points. Voting rules were loosened, Voting rules were loosened, which makes it easier for decisions to pass. Some transparency protocols were rejected. Huang warned against black market chip usage, mainly geopolitical export control licenses. The big picture is basically if you strip away the jargon, AI is becoming a core part of the global economy, like electricity or the internet. NVIDIA is selling the machines that it powers. NVIDIA is selling the machines that power it. Those machines are already generating real profits for customers, and NVIDIA is making enormous money as a result. Think of NVIDIA like the company that sells all the equipment during it.
Want a $1,000 weight loss medication for $50? It all starts with Rose's free GLP-1 insurance check.
Think of NVIDIA like the company that sells all the equipment during a gold rush. The gold is equal to the AI outputs. The miners are equal to the companies using AI, and NVIDIA is the one selling the picks, shovels, and heavy machinery.
It's only
NVIDIA is basically like the company that sells all the equipment during a gold rush. The gold is like the outputs that AI produces. The miners is basically like the companies that are using AI, and NVIDIA is the one selling the picks, shovels, and heavy machinery. They're saying not only is the gold rush real, it's already wildly profitable, and demand for tools is exploding. What does this mean for vibe coders? For vibe coders, this basically means your whole style of building is about to get supercharged and a lot more officially valuable, not just a hacky side path. NVIDIA's moves matter to vibe coding. NVIDIA's moves matter to vibe coding. Vibe coding is all about describing what you want and letting AI generate most of the code, then steering and testing instead of handing crap. Vibe coding is all about describing what you want and letting AI generate most of the code, then steering and testing instead of handcrafting everything. NVIDIA is saying the economics of that AI layer are now proven. NVIDIA is saying that the AI layer is now proven. Running big AI models is a real business, not an experiment. Is this lagging? I don't know what that was. I hope I didn't break something. I did not include the music source that I'm playing right now in the stream description, so hopefully I don't get flagged. Alright, so we have included, I don't know if we've included it successfully, but we're gonna check on that. So what has been done for phase 7C track B? This phase basically turns on LibriVox as a first-class audiobook source in your application, wires it through the repository stack, and fixes URL handling bug that was breaking playback. You added a LibriVox case to the provider, enum, and AudioItem.swift. So LibriVox is now treated like any other source. Very good. All right. Net. What does that mean? Net. I feel like that's a figure of speech. Net. Is this a figure of speech? Is net? Instead, it's a colloquial business and financial idiom used to quickly summarize. Okay, that's something I've never heard of that before. So, can I now test this, or do I need to create an API of some kind to link the audiobook catalog? You should be able to test this now with the real LibriVox catalog. You do not need to build your own. LibriVox already exposes a public API catalog. That is terrific. We're going to go ahead and test this now. So let's run the Simulisten app, and we're going to test this. I'm so excited. This is a big moment. I'm going to step away for just a minute. Hate to leave you in anticipation, all 0 viewers. I actually don't know if there's any viewers. I've got 4 likes on the video, so maybe there's some viewers. If you're in the video stream, please drop a like or a comment, so that way I know you're here. Would love to get some feedback from you, or just know that you're in the chat. It looks like I have 0 people in the stream, which is totally okay. I mean, it just is what it is. So let's test this out. I'm in the audiobooks, and I don't see any way to search podcast. I don't see a way to search for audiobooks. I am in the Simulisten app, and I am not sure where to navigate to search for audiobooks in the LibriVox category. I recently hit my session limit for controlling the browser, so I don't want to use any browser controlling agent. You don't need any special screen. You just need to go where your unified search UI is and make sure LibriVox is being pulled into that, since you wired it into load all content. So are you saying if I go to podcasts and search here and search for a podcast, book, free audiobooks, what's a book? Renee Girard, Art of War. Here we go. Art of War. Oh man. I think that's the whole book. And it's in the podcast section. Podcast. Learning. Podcast. The Art of War by Sun Tzu. Let's use Kimmy. We have a major problem. The source catalog for audiobooks is only accessible when I navigate to the podcasts chip in the Simulisten library. There is an antenna that the user clicks on to access the source catalog associated with the library view that they are in. Just as a reminder, there are different library views such as audiobooks, podcasts, presentations, and imports. Right now, I'm only able to find the search for these non-copyrighted catalogs in the podcast section. So the problem is that the audiobooks library view does not contain the antenna that podcasts contain in order to search up these online catalogs. I think that makes sense. I don't know if I said that exactly correct, but let's see if it understood what I had to say. Yeah, this heavy metal is just not the vibe. Dungeon Soup Barbarian theme. Okay. No, thank you. Why do you want to control my browser so bad? I don't get it. Connectors, GitHub. Wait. Am I still... Oh, man, I'm in the wrong... This issue is purely UI. Yeah, but here's the thing is I forgot. Man, that's embarrassing. Okay, let's try this again. Alright. There's a problem with the audiobooks view. It does not have the same antenna icon that the podcast view has, which allows for the user to be able to search up the associated podcast or audiobooks library. This is very important because all of the content is only accessible if the user goes to the podcast library view, but the audiobooks catalog needs to be configured such that it is accessible inside the audiobooks library view, not the podcast library view. How can we prompt the Claude CLI agent to be able to make this change appropriately?
At Mayo Clinic in Florida, we are solving the unsolvable. Our transplant experts are using new technologies like machine perfusion to increase the number of usable organs, reduce waiting time.
Alright, so let's talk about vibe coding for a minute. Vibe coding basically is the whole style of building that's about to get supercharged by what NVIDIA CEO is saying. Let's see what he's saying and how that affects vibe coding. Okay, so why does what Huang is saying, the CEO of NVIDIA, matter to vibe coding? So basically what the CEO of NVIDIA is saying is, and as it relates to vibe coding, is that vibe coding is all about describing what you want and letting AI generate most of the code. then steering and testing instead of handcrafting everything. NVIDIA is saying the economics of that AI layer are now proven. Running big AI models is a real business, not just an experiment, and they're building hardware specifically to crank out more tokens. That means more and better AI coding models will be trained and deployed because the infrastructure is profitable in its own right. I think that's what infra means. I don't want to just infra meaning infrastructure. I mean, obviously. Well, below or beneath. That is what the infra is all about. Yeah. See, I'm an overthinker here, and it's evident. So NVIDIA is building hardware specifically to crank out more tokens cheaply. That means more and better AI coding models will be trained and deployed because the infrastructure is profitable in its own right. The cost per token, which is per unit of code per output, is dropping fast with platforms like Blackwell and Vera Rubin. Investors now see that AI writes the code. Investors now see AI that writes code as part of a serious economic engine, not just a toy. In short, the ecosystem that vibe coding depends on is getting cheaper, faster, and more entrenched. What does it mean for the individual vibe coders? For someone who is mostly building by prompting, lower friction, summarize this into something I can read and then create YouTube shorts out of later. All right, so back to what we were doing. So basically what's happening, the toolbar logic in blah, 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 Cloud Prompt. You are implementing LibreVox Discovery UI for the Simulus and IO app. A toolbar button in browser meet should and browser sheet on the iOS clip in content view mirroring the existing podcast antenna. Library in the toolbar, add For vibe coders, this basically means your whole style of building is about to get supercharged and a lot more officially valuable, not just a hacky side path. Why NVIDIA's moves matter to vibe coding? Why NVIDIA matters to vibe coding? Vibe coding is all about describing what you want and letting AI generate most of the code, then steering and testing instead of handcrafting everything. NVIDIA is saying the economics of that AI layer are now proven. Running big AI models is a real business, not just an experiment. And they're building hardware specifically to crank out more tokens. Here's the big picture of the NVIDIA shareholder meeting that just happened. Here is the big picture of the NVIDIA shareholder meeting that just happened here in 2026. The AI return on investment question has been answered. At NVIDIA's 2026 shareholder meeting, CEO Jensen Huang made one thing very clear. The debate about whether AI is worth the investment is officially over. Companies aren't just experimenting with AI anymore. They're making real money from it. And the machines that power all of it, made by NVIDIA. Is AI actually worth it? Jensen Huang just answered that. I can't believe I'm doing this right now. I'm asking AI to help me come up with shorts, like snippets that I'm doing here in the live stream. It's actually quite funny because I'm going to use this content later. All right, based on the screenshots, what we prompted, here's exactly what. Audiobooks tab, expected outcome, audiobook chip selected, no toolbar icon, no way to discover it. Antenna icon appears. This sounds about right. I also just want to verify that the two catalogs, podcasts, and audiobooks should not merge together when the user is searching for content. I'm going to see what we're doing. Okay, we're using Sonnet 4.6. Should I change models? I think I should change models. I've just got a feeling that that's just not the best model to be using. Does the prompt you provide me address that? Are you 1 or 2 steps ahead? Alright, yes, the prompt handles this, blah, 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 blah. Very good. Alright, let me delete this. All these prompts. Okay. How to change models in Claude CLI. Well, first of all, which Claude model should I be using? I am currently using Sonnet 4.6. How do I change models? Can I change during a current session? For this kind of agentic codework, Claude Sonnet 4.5 or Opus 4 are your best options. This is actually a strong choice. It's the same generation. Yeah, I don't know if I want to switch right now. Because if I switch, I might eat up too many tokens too quick, and I can't say I'm a broke college student anymore. I'm just a broke post-grad. I'm a broke post-grad student. I might go for a master's degree. Who knows? Usage. Where are we at? 22% used. You know what? I'll try it in another, some other time. Okay. We'll try it some other time. Alright, let's let Claude cook. And now I will be right back.
I'm Lindsay, and in my line of work as an investigator, I'm always looking out for other people. Getting my diagnosis didn't really change that, but it did make me realize that I also need to keep an eye out for myself. So my doctor and I decided to start on Kisqali ribociclib.
Lindsay is a real patient compensated for her time. Visit Kisqali.com. That's KISQALI.com to learn more. And ask your doctor if Kisqali ribociclib is right for you.
Let's look up a book about software. Nothing on software. Hardware? No. Personal. Philosophy. Let's see. Let's look up James Orr. Nothing for James Orr. What? Philosophy. Does anything pop up? Art of War? Nothing. What the heck? Nothing's popping up. H. So if I go to podcast and I type H, you get plenty of things that pop up. But when I go here, I'm going to type in H, nothing pops up. The antenna in audiobooks is now appearing, but whenever I search for anything at all, it produces a null results. Nvidia is making insane money right now. Nvidia posted $216 billion in revenue this year, up to 65%, with over $96 billion in free cash flow. They're now returning 50% or more and more. They're now returning 50% and more of that cash to shareholders. This isn't future potential, this is happening right now in 2026. $216 billion in 1 year. Here's how. Nvidia posted $216 billion in revenue this year, with over $96 billion in free cash flow. They're now returning 50% and more of that cash to shareholders. This isn't future potential. This is happening right now in 2026. What is a token and why does it matter? Huang compared AI to factory. What is a token and why does it matter? Huang compared AI to a factory. Huang compared AI to a factory. Every time AI agents generate text, code, or an image, that's a token. Nvidia says their systems produce the most tokens at the lowest cost, meaning their hardware is the most profitable engine in the AI economy. AI factories are real, and they're minting money with some. AI factories are real, and they're minting money with something called tokens. Okay, so
Anyone can
now
make an
we're gonna
impact.
rebuild
Get
the
inspired to show up for your
instance
community by listening to the full
and pray
Gotta
that
Be
it
a Song
works.
and Be the People Share playlist.
Hey Spotifyers, click or tap the banner to listen to most streamed rap songs
All
on
right,
Spotify, marking
um,
hip hop's 50th anniversary with the most streamed rap songs. Brought to you by Lexus. Visit Lexus.com to learn more.
No search results. Why? Are you kidding me?
Did you hear?
I'm listening.
Foundeo Orforglipron is now approved.
Really?
Yes, really. Foundeo is now approved. Talk to your doctor about a new once daily pill from Lilly. No insurance? Foundeo is available through Lilly Direct for $149.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Why am I? Oh no, not again. The AI return on investment question has been answered. The AI return on investment question has been answered. For the past few years, Wall Street kept asking the same question. Is all this AI spending actually going to pay off? Jensen Huang walked into the 2026 shareholder meeting and basically said, stop asking. Companies running NVIDIA systems to generate AI outputs are already turning a profit on those systems directly. Not someday, now. The gold rush metaphor is dead. This is gold. Everyone kept asking if AI was worth it. Jensen Huang just closed that debate. NVIDIA's numbers don't look real, but they are. $216 billion in revenue, 65% growth in a single year, $130 billion in operating income, $960 billion in free cash flow. To put that in perspective, Apple, one of the most valuable companies ever, took decades to reach numbers like this. NVIDIA got here in the middle of an AI build-out that's still accelerating, and they're now promising to hand more than half of that cash flow back to shareholders every year going forward. These numbers look fake. They're not. What is a token, and why should you care? Every time you use ChatGPT, Claude, or any AI tool, it's generating tokens, tiny units of output, whether that's a word, a line of code, or a pixel in an image. Running that hardware produces those tokens. Running the hardware that produces tokens costs money. But Huang said NVIDIA systems now generate tokens fast enough and cheaply enough that companies are making more from selling AI outputs than they spend on the hardware. That's the moment every industry has been waiting for, when the machine pays for itself. There's a new unit of economic value. It's called a token, and here's why it matters. Physical AI, the wave nobody's talking about yet. Everyone focuses on chatbots and image generators, but NVIDIA quietly made $6 billion last year from something called physical AI, systems where AI isn't just on a screen, it's controlling robots, drones, factory floors, and autonomous vehicles. Their new Vera Rubin chip is co-designed specifically for these agentic systems, AI that takes action in the real world, not just responds to prompts. This is part of the AI wave most people haven't priced in yet. AI is leaving your screen. Here's what physical AI actually looks like. What this means for vibe coders. Vibe coding, using AI to generate most of your code from natural language prompts, went from a meme to a movement. NVIDIA just made the economic case for why it's here to stay. As token costs drop and AI models get more powerful, the tools vibe coders rely on, Cursor, Claude, Replit, get faster and cheaper too. The shift isn't AI replaces developers, it's one developer with AI can now do what 5 used to do. That's an enormous opportunity if you learn to steer, not just prompt. Vibe coding isn't a shortcut. NVIDIA just proved it's a career. The $1 trillion order backlog. Huang told shareholders that cumulative orders for NVIDIA's Blackwell and Vera Rubin AI systems could hit $1 trillion by 2027. To put that number in context, the entire U.S. defense budget is about $900 billion. The world is essentially spending defense budget level money building AI infrastructure, and most of it flows through one company's hardware. Whether that's exciting or terrifying probably depends on where you sit. But either way, this build-out isn't slowing down. The world is spending more on AI chips than the U.S. spends on its military. Let that sink in. For low-budget vibe coders, the core principle
I'm
is
Lindsay, and in my line of work as an
Hi,
investigator,
Lindsay.
I'm always looking out for other people.
Goodbye, Lindsay. For low-budget vibe coders, the core principle is maximize AI output while minimizing spend by strategic. Maximize AI output while minimizing by being strategic about when, how, and which models you use. The mindset shift first. Most people treat vibe coding like a vending machine. Put prompt in, get app out. The optimized approach treats it more like pair programming, where you're the senior engineer and the AI is the fast executor. Your job is to think clearly, plan tightly, and steer. The AI's job is to build fast. The less you think at prompt time, the more tokens and money you waste. Crystal clear diagnosis. Two separate issues visible in the log. Issue 1, the canceled error on search. The debounce is canceling the in-flight request. This is correct behavior. The first request fires at Shura, then gets immediately canceled when K is typed. The low budget stack under $10 a month. You can run a legitimate vibe coding workflow for almost nothing. The low budget $10 a month vibe coding stack. You can run it, let's see here. The low budget stack for vibe coding, just under $10 a month. You can run a legitimate vibe coding workflow for almost nothing. With Gemini CLI, which is completely free, it resets daily for a full context window. You can use Gemini CLI, which is completely free, runs daily, and it is strong for full context windows. OpenCode, open source CLI, free access to top models while in feedback phase. GitHub Copilot Pro, $10 a month, best value paid option, unlimited completions. OpenRouter, free API access to multiple models year round, plug into any tool. Grok Cloud, forever free tier, fast inference available. KiloCode, free VS Code extension with free credits on sign up, works with any model. If you want one paid tool, GitHub Copilot at $10 a month is a community consensus best value. Alright, run the app. Search Sherlock again. The log should complete differently this time. Should look completely different this time. Alright, let's see. Hopefully it is completely different this time. Sherlock. See, this is where things really no bueno. Prompt architecture. Your prompt quality is a single highest leverage skill. Short, specific, scoped prompts outperform long, rambling ones. You pay for input tokens too, so bloated context is literally money wasted. The habit to build before prompting is write one sentence describing exactly what you want the AI to produce, nothing more. Model switching. Not every task needs your best model. Use cheap, fast models like Gemini Flash, GPT-4o Mini, Grok-hosted Llama for boilerplate, refactoring, and simple bug fixes. Save expensive models like Sonnet 4.5, Chat GPT-4o. Save expensive models like Sonnet 4.5, GPT-4o for architecture decisions. Complex logic, or when cheaper models loop. This alone can cut your spending by 50 to 70%. Plan before you build. Always ask the AI to check feasibility before implementing a feature. A two-message planning exchange, such as, "Is this approach viable and how would you do it?" prevents 20 message debugging loops that can burn tokens and break your code base. Think of it as a free architectural review. Context reuse. Don't re-explain your app every session. Make a context markdown or project markdown file in your repository that describes your stack, conventions, and what's already built. Drop that file into each session and your prompts can stay short. Tools like Memo or even just a pinned system prompt handle or even just a pinned system prompt handles this automatically. Break loops fast. When an AI gets stuck repeating the same bad fix, stop it immediately. Ask it to abandon the current approach and reason from first principles about a new solution. Letting a bad loop run burns tokens, adds broken code, and makes context messier. The free tier stack strategy. The most underrated low-budget move is stacking free tiers across providers rather than subscribing to one. Rotate between Gemini CLI, OpenRouter, and Grok daily limits. Use Hugging Face competitions and community events for free model credits. Experienced builders have pulled $300 and more. $300 and more in free credits this way.
All right, now your turn. Create your own version of Gotta Be Us and post it using hashtag #BeThePeopleOpenCall for a chance to win a trip to record it in a professional studio, plus have it played for a panel of music execs. Come on, you've got this.
All right, this is my last time looping through these broken changes. Obviously, something is not working out here, so we need to go back to first principles, just like that agent said earlier. I assume it's not gonna work. Oh my god, it worked. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Oh my gosh. Oh my effing goodness. Oh, we're in business now. We are in business now. Holy moly. And it was right after I said, if this loop of broken code doesn't work, we need to break the loop. Why do loops happen? When an AI gets stuck, it's almost never because it lacks knowledge. It's because it's anchored to a broken assumption earlier in the conversation. Every new message it sends is influenced by the full context above it. So if message 5 introduced a flawed approach, messages 6 through 15 are all trying to fix symptoms of that flaw rather than the flaw itself. The model is essentially trapped in its own prior reasoning. How to recognize a loop early. The sooner you catch it, the cheaper it is. Watch for these signals. The AI makes the same change twice with slightly different syntax. It adds a fix, then removes it, then adds it back. Error messages stay the same, but the explanation changes each time. It starts hedging or overqualifying. It proposes a change that clearly contradicts something is built 2 messages ago. The fix gets longer and more complex with each attempt. Good fixes usually get simpler. Rule of thumb, if the same error appears 3 times, you're in a loop. Stop immediately. Alright, we don't really know if this is working fully, but we know that the books populate. So let's go ahead and hopefully we get something to come up here. Well, the first thing it's going to need to do is appear in the audiobooks library, which I do not see it appearing yet. Art of War. I'm not sure why it's taking so long. So I don't see it appearing. It's not fully fixed yet. I got so excited. I'm gonna go check on my tea and I'll be right back. the best way to prevent a loop, the best way to stop an AI that's looping, the best loop is one that never happens. Scope your prompts tightly. Add login functionality. Spawns loops. Add a Firebase email/password login button to this specific component. Does not spawn loops. Ask for a plan first before any implementation. Get the AI to outline its approach in steps. You can catch bad assumptions at step 1 instead of after 300 lines of code. One change per message. Don't ask for multiple features in one prompt. The more moving parts, the more services for a loop to start. Commit working code often. So when a loop trashes your code base, you can roll back to a known good state rather than trying to undo AI damage manually. LibriVox search now returns books with real sections, and you're selecting them successfully. When the player reloads for the audiobooks category, it only loads local bundle content. Then it filters that list by selection. In your logs, each of the 3 local audiobooks print and ends at 0, so learning card shows no content selected. Yeah, because I haven't selected these books.
Did you hear?
I'm listening.
Foundeo or Figli?
Did you hear? I just have a resentment towards ads. So the pipeline today is LibriVox browser view fetches remote books and sections, toggle selection updates user content, but no learning content with those IDs exist. The podcast search seems to be working just fine. Can we try to replicate this? Can we try to replicate what is working in the podcast source selection process? Goal: make LibriVox audiobooks behave like podcasts in the source selection pipeline so that selecting. Okay. The most common and most painful vibe coding situation: you're committed, you've built a lot, and you're fully resetting and fully resetting feels like losing everything. Here's how to handle it without blowing up your progress. The core problem: when you're deep in a project with a persistent bug, the issue usually isn't the bug itself. It's that your context window has become a graveyard of failed attempts. And the AI is now using that history as evidence of what doesn't work rather than reasoning clearly. You're not stuck because a problem is hard. You're stuck because a conversation is dirty. Don't reset the project. Reset the conversation. The biggest misconception is that starting fresh means losing all your work. It doesn't. Your code base exists independently of the chat. What you reset is a context, not the code. The move is called a context transplant. Commit everything you have right now, broken and all. Just get it saved to Git with a clear message like WIP work in progress stuck on X. Open a completely new chat. Write a clean problem brief. Write a clean problem brief. Not a history of what failed, just the current state, and that the not a history of what failed, just the current state, and that the specific. Not a history of what failed, just the current state and specific symptom. Paste only the relevant files, not your entire code base, just the files touching the broken behavior. Don't mention prior attempts. Let the model reason fresh without being anchored to your failed history. The surgical isolation technique. If you feel like the problem could be anywhere and you don't know which files to paste, narrow it down first. Ask the AI in your current dirty context window, don't fix anything, just tell me which single file or function is most likely responsible for this behavior. Use that to isolate the blast radius. Take only that isolated piece into a fresh chat. You're using the dirty context for one last diagnostic purpose, then abandoning it completely. The rubber duck checkpoint. Before opening any new chat, spend 5 minutes doing this. Write down in plain English what the feature is supposed to do. Write down what it's actually doing instead. Write down what you've already ruled out. This forces you to articulate the real problem, and often you'll catch your own broken assumption before the AI even needs to be involved. It also gives you the perfect brief for the fresh context. Managing progress activity. The feeling that you're too far in is almost always an illusion. Consider sunk cost doesn't apply to code. A working 70% is more valuable than a broken 90%. The parts that work are safe. You're not rewriting the whole app, just unsticking one piece. A clean context fix usually takes 20 minutes versus 2 more hours of patching in a dirty thread. The honest question to ask, have I made any real forward progress in the last 30 messages? If the answer is no, the loop is costing you more than a reset would. When you're partially working and don't want to risk it, sometimes the feature is 80% there and you're scared a reset will break what's already working. The move here is freeze and fork. Tag or branch your current working state in Git using git tag checkpoint working using git tag checkpoint slot using git tag checkpoint working off or git checkout -b fix broken model. Now you have a safety net. You can blow up the branch and the tag is always there. Do your clean context fix on the branch. Merge only if it resolves the issue. This removes the fear entirely. You literally cannot lose what's working. This is all really good information as I work on this kind of stuff. Alright, let's see what. 0 real errors. All SourceKit complaints are the same. Indexing lag false positives that have been present throughout. Copyright free. All right, we're going to launch. Launch again. Here we go. We're still live, are we not? Yeah. Nice. We're looping. We need to abandon whatever the heck's going on here. All right. We are stuck in a loop. Stop generating new fix attempts. Here's what I need from you instead. Do not suggest any more code changes yet. We are pausing implementation entirely. Ask me these diagnostic questions first.
All of us can make an impact. Yeah.
Do not suggest any more code changes yet. We are pausing implementation entirely. Ask me these diagnostic questions first. What is the feature supposed to do in one sentence? What is it actually doing instead? Specifically, what was the last state where anything correctly worked? Which file or function do you believe is closest to have the broken behavior? Once I answer those, generate a single, clean, scoped prompt for Claude that describes only the current broken system, references only the specific files involved, Ask Claude to explain its reasoning before writing any code. Does not reference or summarize any prior failed attempts. Tell me to open a fresh Claude CLI session before sending that prompt. Do not continue in the current context window. We are doing context transplant. The codebase is fine. The conversation is dirty. Let's reset the thread, not the work. Pausing implementation and staying out of fix mode. Let's do the diagnostic pass. Let's do the diagnostic pass you described. Please answer these 4 questions. What is the feature supposed to do in 1 sentence? Feature is supposed to integrate LibriVox audiobook catalog similar to how we integrated podcast RSS. To what is it actually doing instead, specifically? A Z Let's see, I think Plato Republic is in here. Now it's just spinning. Man, I did not think this was going to be as difficult. What was the last state where anything worked correctly? I'm not really sure. Yeah, see, I'm searching Play-Doh. Alright, we're going to use Opus for this. Skim it quickly. You're looking for the URL construction line. Console log already gives you the smoking gun. The API actually supports a more specific instead of. It's almost certainly your bug. Sure, I'll do that. Add one line to the prompt before sending. Here's a current context. Paste file context. I mean, it can already see the context. This saves a round trip and keeps the session tight. Append this at the very top of the prompt so Opus it's good to go as is, the two small additions I'd make. At the end of the constraint bullet of 3 in the proposed plan, add it does, though. I could have swore it returned a cover image. Maybe it didn't, and I'm just Sun Tzu. Wow, what the heck? These are audiobooks? I can't tell if these are audiobooks or if they're podcasts now.
I'm Lindsay, and in my line of work as an investigator, I'm always looking out for other people. Getting my diagnosis didn't really change that, but it did make me realize that I also need to keep an eye out for myself. So my doctor and I decided to start on Kisqali ribociclib.
Lindsay is a real patient, compensated for her time. Visit Kisqali.com. That's KISQALI.com to learn more. And ask your doctor if Kisqali ribociclib is right for you.
I can't tell if we've integrated audiobooks into this now.
much is the history of
If your business runs on 5 different apps,
to good and sensible men.
things you have to do and places you need to be. Let Uber take you there. Because that check engine light isn't just a suggestion. And because flat tires won't get you anywhere. Because there are car emergencies, unplanned stops, and speed bumps in your area. Orlando, there are drivers in your area. Uber, request a ride today. Wait time varies, terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
This looks like it's still there. That didn't change a thing.
You thought this was your Run Club era. Turns out, it was more of a thinking about Run Club era. The good news? Someone's married.
Yeah, so I don't know if this happened during the Phase 7B implementation. But we're getting LibriVox. I'm really confused. I'm really confused because after restoring the last Git version for this program, I attempted to search for the audiobooks that I found last time in the podcast antenna, and it turns out that some of those audiobooks that come from LibriVox are still popping up, and I'm not sure if that already was integrated from before when we created the podcast's source catalog, because that feature allows for a user to search up any podcasts. But did it also allow for users to search up any kind of audiobooks from the LibriVox catalog? Because if the RSS URL capability is integrated, then does LibriVox automatically fit within that scope? Huh, man, this has really stumped me. Like, I just want podcasts. I just want podcasts to show up in the podcasts library view on my app.
season of FX is the Bear.
The restaurant is flooded.
Everything's either gonna be okay.
Or not.
We are outgunned and we are outmanned, but we have each other.
FX is the Bear, the final season. All episodes now streaming on Disney Plus.
Disney World theme parks are the place to celebrate here in Florida. All things, all the time. 2 weeks early, 3 weeks late. From first birthdays to 13, 15, eh?
Here's golf legend John Daly.
Model.
When they are good, and harm to our enemies when they are evil? Yes, that appears to me to be the truth. But ought the just to injure anyone at all? Was this
and dry, tire women and barbers, as well as confectioners and cooks, and swineherds too, who are not needed and therefore
Hey, how's it going, Goku? I just saw your message. I'm not sure if you're still here. I'm building an iOS application. In Swift programming language. Appreciate you stopping by. Simulison. The name of the application is called Simulison. Stands for simultaneous listening. And it's a dual audio playback application. Web apps. Nice. Yeah, this one is I haven't built a web application for it. It's gonna be just an iOS mobile app. I did think about doing the web app route, but I've just gotten so far down this path that I'm just kind of rolling with it. What kind of tech stacks do you like working with? Yeah, man, for sure. That's what I'm trying to do here. Definitely trying to connect with others. Yeah, I would love to learn more about what you're working on, what your thoughts are on the Vibe Code community. How long you've been doing this kind of stuff. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've got a LinkedIn. Let me yeah, let me know how I can find you, and I'll send you an invite. I was thinking about starting like a Discord channel, so that way I can connect with people on there as well. Okay. I think you just made a post just now. I'm excited to share my personal portfolio website built from scratch using HTML5, Tailwind CSS. Is that the one? think I found you. Dear Claude, you are working on this app. The architecture doc has been updated. Now implement that design. All right. I just viewed this profile here, so you might get a notification. UI, UX designer, and front-end developer. Passionate designer and developer. Currently pursuing AI and data science. I think I got you here. I'm not sure though. I deployed my portfolio today. Oh wait, no, that's not it. Let's see. I think I got you now with the dev as the Suryansh 6. Okay. Self-taught full stack developer. DTA, that's what I got here. I just viewed your profile. I think you should get a notification. Let me know if that's you. It says DTA school here. "16-year-old full stack developer." All right, cool. I'll send an invite to connect. Yes. Yes, that's me. Yeah, I sent you an invite. Nice. think I saw you on a. I think I saw you chatting in another live stream video of someone else vibe coding, maybe a couple days ago. Cause your handle looks familiar. Yeah, man, I'll check you out for sure. I appreciate connecting and you engaging in the chat. I'm definitely pretty new to this, so I just thought I would get started and see where it takes me. I also do a different kind of streaming series. Yeah, was it then? I've had like some real long nights lately, so need to get better sleep, but here we are. At the end, pretty short summary. Do I have a job? And tell me you have 26 subs, so how can you do it? Yeah, I do. I work a job that pays the bills. It's a non-tech related role right now, but I just had an interview yesterday for a position with a late stage startup company. And I'm gonna be joining a call tomorrow with that company to hear what they are gonna offer me, and that'll be at let's see, it'll be in about 8 hours from now. 8 hours. I'm gonna be on a phone call with the human resource manager for the company that I interviewed with yesterday. It's a system support help desk job with a late stage startup company that just went public, and it's a good job for right now. I'll take it. I just graduated school in May, so I'm happy to be able to do something that's at least tech related. You know what I mean? That'll be a good thing. Excited about that. Also want to see where I could take this YouTube thing. I did get to 26 subs yesterday. I reached out to some people I know. I asked them to subscribe to my YouTube. I had a bunch of people that I reached out to subscribe that I know, that I've just been in touch with lately, like friends and family. And I posted some YouTube shorts the other day, and I hit like 800 views in just a couple hours. I was like, damn, these views, I didn't realize how much traction I was gonna get. And that's not even that many in the grand scheme of it, but I wasn't expecting that for sure. Like I thought I was gonna be sitting in like the 20 to 30 views for my shorts, but I've started posting shorts more frequently, albeit I'm only at like 5 or 6 shorts for my account. But I posted one this evening, and I'm already at 1.2 thousand views for that one, which is pretty exciting. I'm not gonna lie. I appreciate that. Thank you. And I feel like I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just kind of sitting down, turning on the stream, try to have some organization before I get going, but I see other people kind of doing it. They start the stream, they get going, and they build some traction. So I thought, well, maybe that could happen for me. Maybe one of these days I have connect with a community of other people who want to build things, and that's the goal. Try to focus in on a niche area. And I think vibe coding is pretty niche. It's a lot of people, I think, consider it a meme. Like, they don't take vibe coding very seriously. I'm not a big Instagram. I'm not on Instagram, or I don't use it. I might start using it at some point, but I've never really been big on like Instagram or Facebook or X. But as I start building this, I might start like exploring those other platforms as well. Yeah, YouTube, lots of noise on YouTube, that's for sure. It's very noisy. I mean, all of them, all the social media platforms are noisy. If that's what you mean by traffic, I don't know if you mean traffic as in like YouTube drives a lot of traffic, or if it's just like traffic no good, like driving in traffic, it sucks. So like, do you mean traffic as in it sucks because there's just so much of it, or traffic in the sense that there's opportunity? I've started working for like 4 channels, nothing worked, but I'm getting views on Insta. You've started for like 4 channels, nothing worked. On YouTube, you've started channels and nothing was working for you? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, man, that's sorry to hear that. It can be discouraging. I think when I posted my second short and I hit like 600 views. No, it was my third short. I remember I posted my second short like, all right, I'm just going to post it because it's what you're supposed to do, right? You create content, you get it out there. And when I posted the third one, and I hit like 600 views in like 2 hours, I was like, whoa, hold on a second. I'll be 30 in November, so I'm 29. I'm getting old. Yeah, man, I saw that in your LinkedIn. Getting started early. That's great. Let me think. When I was 16, I was still in high school, so you must be in high school still. Was I like a junior or sophomore in high school? I was doing parkour. I was climbing buildings, jumping off stuff, learning how to do flips. playing sports. I didn't really focus on school at all when I was 16. I thought I was going to be a professional stuntman. Late? Yeah. Okay. So you're a senior in high school, getting ready to launch into the next phase. You're a sporty guy? I don't really enjoy watching sports. I'm more of a athlete, rather be doing the activity than watching other people do the activity. Unless there's something about watching it that I feel personally invested in. Like I don't bet on sports, but if it's someone that I have an interest in who's playing, but I used to do parkour. I was a parkour guy. That was my thing. I did play some rugby in high school, but I just wanted to be a stuntman, parkour guy. That was my thing. But today, I've had 2 ACL tears, so I've had 2 surgeries, so I really can't afford to do those kinds of things anymore. And I tore my ACL the first time when I was 18. And then I tore it again when I was like 19. So I really had to take a step back from all that and figure out what the heck I was going to even do. I became a personal trainer for about 3 or 4 years. And then I fell in love with fitness technology. That's kind of what set me down this path of programming and hardware. I wanted to learn how to build like Fitbits and stuff because I was a personal trainer, and I was just like starting to gain an interest in business. And I was like, man, I'm not going to make any money working one-on-one sessions with people unless I'm charging like $500 a session, or I don't know, just some kind of, I was charging like $75 a session to $100, and I didn't have all that many clients. I'm not earning any profit right now with my application. I'm in the beta phase of the application. I'll pull up the website for you real quick. So this is the website for Simulison. It's just simulison.com. Dual audio playback, enhanced learning. It's basically a way to combine spoken form content with background music that creates sort of a new listening experience, because I've always been somebody who has enjoyed studying while listening to music, or whatever it is, whether it's an audiobook or a podcast or some kind of speech. Maybe it's Steve Jobs, somebody inspirational. A lot of people have podcasts or audiobooks. A lot of motivational YouTube videos take podcast clips and put music behind them, and they create these videos. I mean, these YouTubers who create motivational video content are basically taking spoken form content and putting music behind it to create sort of a enhanced experience when you're listening to a speech or something. I used to do like watch calculus videos, like how do you solve these problems, like Khan Academy or the Organic Chemistry Tutor, and I would be listening to music while I would be doing that. So I remember buying an audiobook one day and thinking to myself, I'd like to go on a run and listen to my audiobook. But I was more motivated by music to go on the run. I didn't want to listen to an audiobook and go on a run. So that's when I thought of the idea. It's like, if I had some kind of background hip hop with the audiobook that I bought, that'd be cool. But there doesn't exist any kind of application that allows you to do that. So that's when I came up with this. I just set this up so that people can sign up and get the beta version of the application. So it is available for anybody who's interested in seeing what it's like in its beta form. I have to push an update to the current beta because I've recently integrated a feature that I think takes the current state to a whole new level. And I appreciate that you think it's a great idea. I do too. But yeah, I just implemented a new feature that allows users to access any podcast that is posted online. And so here in the library view under podcast, there's an antenna up here that a user can select. And they can, for example, let's think of a podcast that somebody might want to listen to. I think of like things like philosophy or I'm having a brain fart, but people talk about vibe coding. There's one. Vibe coding. So you got these guys posting podcasts, and so now you can just add a podcast to your library here, and then open up the dual audio player card, and
this podcast is brought to know what to do with some of the guidance that we give it, right?
Yeah, it's all about intentionality to me. And
so before I had to manually download MP3 files and then store them locally in the software just to get a proof of concept. Now I'm past that. I've got the proof of concept. I know I can play two audio files at the same time. Now it's all about giving the users what they want, which is access to the entire catalog of podcasts that exist. And I have to really think carefully about the copyright issues that can come up because of this. And so what I've done for the time being is created an infrastructure where I can utilize non-copyright material, and everything that's on this application is non-copyright, so I can monetize it. At some point later down the road, I will be getting licensing contracts with popular music providers and popular audiobook authors, so that way people want to listen to the latest and greatest audiobooks, then I'll be able to have those options available. But for the time being, I'm just providing non-copyright sources. But it turns out that there's a sufficient amount of those catalogs that are non-copyright that are available. So that's what I'm building. If you want to check it out, you want to check out the beta, you can go to the website and take a look. But I appreciate it, man. I definitely will check out your portfolio as well.
For all the things you have to do and places you need to be, let Uber take you there.
I'd be happy to pull it up.
Because that check engine light isn't just a suggestion.
Like, I've learned that I can't stream certain music because I'll get copyrighted. I'm in the U.S. I'm in a small state called Florida. Maybe you've heard of it. And you're in which country? was it India? Delhi. Is that how you pronounce it? Yeah. I've got a buddy who has family in India. All right. Any problem? Any problem like with the app? Yeah, I was having a problem earlier. There's something about the catalogs that I'm integrating. An RSS feed is a web link that allows feed readers and aggregators to automatically pull the latest updates from a website. And I'm using RSS feed to pull in these podcast catalogs. And the issue that I was having is that when a user goes into the podcast library to add a podcast, they not only get options for podcasts, but they get options for audiobooks. And this is a problem to me because I don't want podcasts to be saturated with audiobooks as well. I just want to have users navigate into this search query for podcasts and find podcasts. I don't want them to have to worry about that. I just don't want to clutter the results when they search with audiobooks. I guess I'm trying to be structured and organized in that way. So I had to kind of go back a few steps and undo some of the changes that I made to the code and redefine my architecture document so that it explicitly states some constraints. So that's what I've done recently, is update the architecture document so that when I prompt the Claude agent, it's able to stay aligned with what constraints and build requirements that I am trying to achieve. And sometimes I don't realize that things like this happen. So I didn't realize that was going to happen when I first integrated the podcasts. And the thing is, it's not a huge deal that that's happening. Like, at the end of the day, it's a good thing that I've been able to integrate an RSS search feed capability for the users. I don't think they're going to care too much. So I'm just going to kind of I created a filter, an internal filter. So if a user does search for, let's say, Plato Republic, which is a book, Plato Republic, there are books that are still going to pop up, but I've created a filter so that less books pop up. It's sort of a pain in the ass, but it is what it is for the time being. It's okay. So now that I have the ability for users to search for podcasts that are non-local to the software, so all this time I've been locally adding MP3 files in the podcast folder, in the audiobooks folder, and now I'm getting to a point where instead of having to do that, users can just search for the material, and they're not limited to the files that I've personally put there, and they were really just placeholders. But now I'm working on the audiobooks aspect, where here in podcast there's this antenna that's up here well, now I need to integrate the audiobooks view so that there's an antenna here and that they can perform searches for audiobooks. And the real exciting part for me is when I get to the music section, because then that's like the whole app coming together, really, is once there's non-copyrighted music, do one thing, make search button work for everything and add filter. If user want book, they can add filter and get suggestion. If podcast, same for it. Yeah, I think like having that ability to search and then adding a filter, like a user defined filter, is a good idea. That's definitely something that I could see users appreciating. Because right now, I do have a search query up here that I've recently integrated. But I don't know how to really make it useful. Because if I'm in the audiobooks view and I want to search for something in my audiobooks library, let's see, Outwitting the Devil pops up when I search for it. I don't have enough material here to utilize it effectively. But the limitation is that I have to be in one of these specific library views for the search to work. So I can't search for something in the podcast library if I'm here in audiobooks. So I think one idea you've given me is to kind of to make this search library capable of traversing these different library views, like podcasts, audiobooks, instead of the user having to click on it and then search. But it is for only library. Yeah, I think I can imagine a search bar, filter, UI, and this isn't a very good looking one, but you've got like these drop downs, and then like if these drop downs here were like podcast or audiobook, no, that button in podcast. Oh, you mean the antenna thing? You're referring to this antenna that I've got here. Oh, okay. My misinterpretation. Search button, work for everything, and add filter. If user wants book, they can add the filter and then get suggestion. If podcast, same. Ah. Yeah, I see. Like it should just always be there. Like if I go to audiobooks, it should stay there. It shouldn't just be in podcasts. I was trying to do something like that, but I've been so like my brain has been so fixated on getting that antenna up here in audiobooks in this view. Like I wanted that antenna up here, but I want when the user you got a good point. That's a good point. I'm just my brain is processing. That's what I should have done. I was just building it a certain way that I didn't really think of it like that, which is really cool. It's gonna require me to kind of take a step back, because there are a couple things I'll need to do. I'll need to have this button be there all the time, and I'll need to modify this view so that it doesn't say podcasts. It says whatever it says, like a search function. And then when a user, the part that I really want to get right is that when a user searches a book and they identify that it's a book, then when they add it, it goes in audiobooks in the library over here. That's really what I would like to have happen. Because when a user selects, so like if I'm here and I add a podcast, so vibe coding, if a user adds this podcast here, it populates in the podcast library view down here. Vibing with AI code, right? I add that podcast that I just downloaded, and I pull up the player card view, and it populates here. And then the user can select the episode. But what I really need to have happen is if, for example, they click this button and they want to find a book, right? Like free audiobook, right? Like assume this was an actual audiobook. Or here, Plato Republic or Art of War. The Art of War by Sun Tzu. This is an audiobook. When they add it, this needs to be allocated to the audiobooks section over here. This is not the one that this was a locally installed The Art of War. The one that I just added populated down here. The Art of War, Sun Tzu. See, it's here in audiobook, or it's here in podcasts, and it needs to be in audiobooks. If that makes sense. Audiobooks and podcasts should be filtered, and they can search for it. Yeah, a lot of this, like the views that I've created, I've realized are really like heavily constrained, and I'm limited to the design that I created several months ago. And I like your idea. I just want you to know that. I think it's a good idea. I'm a little overwhelmed with trying to to rethink the structure, because I'm trying so hard to just get the functionality of dual audio to work, and trying to get the non-copyrighted catalogs just to be sourced into the app, that I'm like less concerned about some of the UI, which is super important for sure, but I guess I'm just like trying to get everything plugged in. All right, so like modeling Amazon in their filter and pricing filter to get certain suggestions. Yeah. That's something I would like to look into for sure. I think my stopping point, at least for this evening, is getting the Well, see, now you've got me rethinking how I even want to handle what I was just working on. I'm trying to get this antenna to appear in audiobooks. But that's like what I was trying to do earlier. And then I was trying to have that antenna only display audiobooks. But now I'm like thinking that that's like I'm going to end up changing it anyway to kind of do what you're saying. So do I even want to do that? I don't know. Like, I don't want to continue going the route I was going if I'm going to end up changing it. Okay, so I've recently refactored the iTunes search into a shared client plus antenna-specific repository. The 3 new Swift files compile cleanly. Next step is documenting the updated file names in the architecture document. I think that's what this was. 4 minutes, 54 seconds. All right, great. That summary from Claude is exactly what we wanted. The old iTunes search repository is gone. It's been replaced by iTunes Search Client, iTunes Podcast Search Repository, and iTunes Audiobook Search Repository. With podcast behavior preserved and audiobook search ready for future wiring. Get status. I just have to kind of proceed, I guess, with committing some of these changes that I've made. All right, so I think what I'll end up doing is adding some filters to this search feature that pops up when the user selects the antenna. Here's a Claude prompt to start implementing the audiobooks library antenna in a controlled, staged way using LibriVox. Yeah, you mean like bring this antenna down here into this bar, this navigation bar area? All right, I appreciate your feedback. You just gave me something I think I can work with. I think I can work with that, given my current state. All right. Yeah. I'm wondering, like, how the music sounds. I play music in the background. I haven't really got much feedback, so I'm trying to figure out, like, is it, I'm overthinking it. I just, music is music. It's fine, but I'm not sure if it's enjoyable. I mean, my whole app is based on background music while there's a speaker of some kind. So I just got to find that right track, that right playlist. Okay, so here is what I've prompted. So I'm wondering if making the antenna button constant at the top of the library view is the best move. Then adding filters that allow the user to search for their preferred content. Their selection should trigger an allocation function that prompts the user to put the content in either audiobooks, podcasts, or presentation. I like that idea a lot. That's a good idea. Because I was so unsure how we were gonna get the content in the right area, like audiobooks or podcasts, but the user can just toggle or set which category it goes to. I don't have to create like a function that does it automatically based on the metadata. That seemed like an impossible task when all I needed to do was just give the user a prompt. Not at the top, on bottom between profile and library. Oh yeah, I gotcha. A little plus sign button, yeah, like how a person wants to post onto a social media. They're posting not to. This isn't quite like an app that other users engage with other people, but I don't know, that could be a feature too. But nonetheless, having that like plus sign at the bottom in the nav bar, I think is a great idea. I'll move it there and just see what kind of feel it offers. Too many lasers firing in that. You think a magnifying glass? I just want to get that button there in the middle. I like that idea. That's like, I've seen stuff like that. Navigation bar, center item, UI. Man, this stuff is really heavy. Need some more like chill, but still kind of synth wave. Yeah, stuff. All right, here we go. So, obviously, it's not going to be that logo of like a chat symbol here, but I think that's what you were referring to. I think the magnifying glass is definitely in the right ballpark. I may go with the plus sign just because I like the intuitive, like you're adding it to the library. But I'm willing to kind of see how things look and feel. Do you use Claude? Have you done much work with it on some of your projects? And do you try to allocate usage to certain models? I've recently looked into how I can avoid loops, and what I mean by that is when I'm not getting a solution from an agent and I'm going through this loop, this cycle of like trying to get it to fix a problem, how can I avoid like using up all my tokens on a loop that I'm stuck in? I hear you on that. I was just reviewing a free tech stack. I haven't personally used this tech stack, but I'll show you what I mean. I'm looking into it because I was talking about it earlier. Because I was asking about budget vibe coding. Alright, the low budget stack. So you generate a prompt from Claude and then put that in anti-gravity. Google anti-gravity. I've not used it. Do you have to download it? They don't have a web application version. It's an IDE. This seems pretty cool. I'll have to look into it. Nice. Awesome. This is really cool. I had no idea. Nice. So Gemini CLI is completely free. Open Code CLI. It's currently in the feedback stage. Let me look that up real quick. Open Code free. Don't download 2.0 of the yeah, I'm not really. Open Code is like yeah. I've got a free, not really free, but like a really inexpensive membership with Perplexity that I've been using. I know it's not like the best thing to use, to be honest, but I put it to work and it serves a purpose for me for the time being. And I get to use up some of the access to certain models. Where did that? Here we go. Yeah, so here in Perplexity, I mean, I don't know how powerful it really is, but I can access like Kimi K 2.6, Sonnet 4.6, Nematron, and I've got like some spaces set up in here, so it's been a good like organizational tool for me and research tool when I really need to do some. OpenClaude, oh yeah, I heard of it.
For all the things you have to do and places you need to be, let Uber take you there. Because that check engine light isn't just a suggestion. And because flat tires won't get you anywhere. Because there are car emergencies, unplanned stops, and speed bumps in your area.
OpenClaude.
Orlando, there are drivers in your area. Uber, request a ride
OpenClaude.
today. Wait time varies, terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
To open the official Claude AI interface, OpenClaude. If you're interested in referring to open source CLI coding agent or alternative chat interfaces often called OpenClaude, how is OpenClaude different to Claude CLI? While both tools are terminal-first agentic AI coding assistants designed to execute with bash commands, edit files, and use model context protocol, they differ fundamentally in ownership, model flexibility, and cost structure. Claude Code is Anthropic's official commercial tool, whereas OpenClaude is a community-driven open-source clean room reverse engineering project. I think I remember hearing about that. OpenClaude, community, open source. Claude CLI, official Anthropic. Free tool software, pay only your chosen provider or run free local models. Yeah, I'd like to mess around with that a little bit more. I might use some other tools instead of what I've been using to build some other projects. you're here. I appreciate it. I'm trying to get to a place where I feel I haven't broken anything, so that I can just... I just want to move that thing down to that navigation bar at this point. That's kind of my objective. So I'm trying to undo some of the changes that I made so that I can get there. Did I just make two? Yes, I did. I need to use the restroom. All right. I'm gonna prompt Opus 4.8. This is the big guns. Let's see what my consumption is at. I'm at 26%. Current session. Resets in 1 minute. All right, let's do this. Let's get this thing figured out. We're gonna gosh, I don't feel like I made any progress in the last 5 hours. Like I've been working, and then I've had to undo things, and it's okay. All right, Nematron. Let's connect our GitHub. All right, and I am considering reconstructing architecture such that the antenna button is no longer at the top right of the library view.
Gold coffee, big flavor, zero sugar. Find new ready-to-drink Starbucks Double Shot Energy Zero Sugar wherever you
Is no longer at the top right of the library view. Instead, that button is placed on the navigation in the as the center object. Users will select this to search. Oh shit. Users will select this to search for all forms of content. They gotta search for music too at that. There should be a filter that allows the user to search for spoken form audio and music audio. And the spoken refers to audiobook, podcast. How much time to reset? I think I'm already like good to go. I think I'm already like in a place where I can start implementing things, specifically moving that navigation feature down to the bar here, the nav bar. But I'm getting tired. There should be a filter that allows the user to search for spoken form audio and music audio. Once a user finds what they want to add, they should be prompted to select which library the file contains runtime logs, not source code. Alright, so before I make that change, what I'm doing is I'm basically going to update the architecture review document so that way it is sort of stored as a source of truth for this new structure. I'm not going to have Opus do that though. I'm going to have Sonnet do that. I hope this doesn't take too long so that way I can get the prompt for it to go ahead and execute and then use the restroom. we go. That's interesting.
Hey, this is Andrew Saw. Play my new single, Your Whisper, now on Spotify.
You mean like the TV show Friends? I haven't really watched that, to be honest. You've watched it? You enjoy it? Yeah, it's an old show. I never really got into it. I mean, I would see it when it was on. Yeah. Oh, I didn't really watch that one. But I've got the... I would watch the introduction because it would always be so interesting. But I couldn't just find myself sitting through. It's definitely a good show, though. I don't have any issues with it. I think I need to rebase it.
Walt Disney World theme parks are the place to celebrate here in Florida.
All right, this is going to be a big
2 weeks early, 3 weeks late, from first birthdays
Pieces
to
and
13,
seal life
15, and graduations. So
Cloud
many
chat file.
graduations. College, high school, pre-K,
Pieces
yes,
and
pre-K.
CLI.
Small wins at Little League to all state championships. All days, from game days to just Tuesdays. Anytime is a
What?
good time to celebrate magic.
Oh, good
And now,
time.
with this special ticket offer, Florida residents have one more reason to enjoy all 4 parks. Visit DisneyWorld.com
Then
to learn more.
paste prompt. The flag gives you Cloud the full architecture contents. It already has it. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm implementing that navigation bar change, so this will be exciting. Yeah, sleep. Sleep is good. I've got nothing against sleep. Whether I'm gonna get any, that's a different story. I'm gonna probably wrap it up if I can get this feature to work. This is the longest stream I've done. More than 5 hours. No issue, that's right, not for me. I am gonna download this later, so it's gonna be a large file. I'm gonna make some YouTube shorts. I was doing some YouTube short preparation earlier where I was reading some news about NVIDIA that was a recent shareholder meeting where the CEO basically said that AI generation is like a new economic what did it say? Basically absolutely, man. Absolutely. I'll pull it up right now while I'm on my phone. If you've got it on your LinkedIn. Let's go to suryanj.vercel.app. Software developer learning and building applications and interfaces. Sudhyansh, student pursuing a bachelor's degree in computer science, specialty in creating mobile-based applications with a strong emphasis on simplicity and usability, with a focus on building interfaces for the same, and also learning how to protect system networks and programs from digital attacks. Currently gaining knowledge and experience in Flutter and REST API. Get some embedded links. Additionally, I'm running protection tests on projects which I build to make it secure from cyber attacks, passionate about learning new things from different repositories, and use my knowledge to build good. Additionally, I prefer to keep my own projects open source. That's terrific. Body mass index, calculator, a news application. Nice, nice, nice. Pursuing specialty. That's cool, man. Smart, smart. Solid projects. Incorporating local storage for data persistence and maintaining a comprehensive history of calculations. Provides feedback, personalized.
Things you have to do and places you need to be. Let Uber take you there.
Informing users whether they fall within a healthy weight range or if they are considered overweight. Combines intuitive design with practical functionality for a user-friendly experience. News application. Nice, that one looks pretty involved. Secure login, Firebase for efficient data storage. App integrates the news API. Delivers diverse range of news content. Can see that. Currency converter. It's pretty good utilities here. Expenses. Expense tracker. Tax Tim. Medical management. Good list of projects here. Alright, see. Yeah, my latest post is my agency. The latest post. Okay. Let's see. Explore our services. xyanix.shop. Okay, here. Build, automate, secure, scale. Xienix is your all-in-one digital partner, delivering world-class web development, AI automation, cloud infrastructure, cybersecurity, and technical support at prices that make sense. Five divisions, one vision. Xienix Web, Xienix Automation, Cloud, Security, Support. Got some offers. No hidden costs, no surprises, just honest pricing for quality work. $50. Oh, I see. 60, 180, 20. That's pretty cool. And this is like set up, ready to go. That's awesome. About. That's awesome, man. I'm going to keep this up. That's sweet, man. Keep working on it. Portfolio. So you've already started working with some people. Is that right? You've already got some clients? Yeah, awesome. We've built for clients across industries. That's sweet. Chat. Alright, till then, can you please check my portfolio? Agency is correct, but portfolio is not. Agency is correct, but portfolio is not. What do you mean by that? So this is the agency, Xienix. What do you mean by portfolio is not? Like I wasn't in the right place, or that the portfolio is not correct? Oh, that was the wrong one. I just went to the most recent post on your LinkedIn. I'm not sure if I'm in the right place. I'm on the right website though, right? Okay, so you sent me a message on LinkedIn. Okay. Apologies. Here. I gotcha. Yeah, this was the first one that I went to. Nope. This is something. Suryan. .personnel.app. The problem is that I'm not logged into my LinkedIn on my computer, so whenever I try to visit, alright, let's see. I think I might be able to. Okay. Yeah, I was taking the shortcut to try to get to it. I got it here. There we go. Nice, I like that. Web application developer, vibe coder. I build AI powered tools for real people, fast, free, and shipped in a day. 6 live projects, 3 hackathons, no excuses. Sorry, it took me a minute to figure that out. This is cool. building the web one vibe at a time. This whole website so far is just a vibe. I like it. I build AI-powered web apps that solve real problems, from helping Indian freshers ace interviews to letting children monitor elderly parents' health remotely, to predicting job automation by 2023. Most of my projects are built in a single day, deployed for free, and designed for real Indian users. 3 hackathons, 6 live projects, all built while studying for board exams. Things I've shipped: Prep AI, which is a mock interview tool for Indian freshers. Paste any job description, get 5 role specific questions, detailed AI feedback, and a readiness score out of 100. Built in 1 day, completely free, no signups needed. Live demo. Paste a job, get interviewed. Paste job description here. Oh, that's pretty cool, man. I might give that a try. Rozgar AI, job market intelligence tool. Search any job title. See automation risk, percentage. It's very forward thinking. Caregiver application. Resume analyzer. Could definitely use that. I could use this one. I could use that one. Could use this one. AI bedtime story generator for parents. Expense tracker. Man, you're solving good problems. Things that you work with. That's cool. Yeah, I know, finally. I'm a little slow sometimes. It's taken me a long time to learn some basics. Generative AI Mastermind. That's awesome, man. You're definitely on to you have a good start with a lot of this stuff. Especially at 16. It's an honor to have you checking out my stream, man, and chatting with you, so I appreciate it. This is very, very savvy, very tech savvy here. I like the effects. This is slick. That's cool, man. I like this a lot better than the other ones that I was looking at. The wrong ones. Okay, I think, completed the integration of that navigation tool, that search bar thing. I'm getting so tired I can't even articulate my thoughts properly. But I'm just going to rebuild it and we'll see what happens. What the fuck? Look at that. It went to the top center. That's not what I wanted. You're welcome. I just followed you on GitHub. See, this is where you're posting your stuff. Nice, clean, and organized. Sweet. So what do you got going on today? You got school or something, or summer break? Just in like 5 days. You get a sad face? Not looking forward to it. Man, my heart goes out to you. You graduate soon, though. You're working on a bachelor's degree. Isn't that what it said? Or was that... Was I reading the wrong thing? good. I'll be here. Interesting.
It's Prime Day? These deals are so good! Whoa, I think I'm breaking into song. Epic deals on hand mixers, TVs, and headphones. Shop Epic Prime Day deals now.
So I've got the plus, or that bar down here by the navigation section, but I'm going to move it down so that it's more centered and not sticking out so much.
Disney World theme parks are the place to celebrate here in Florida. All things, all the time. 2 weeks early, 3 weeks late. From first birthdays to 13, 15, and graduation.
yeah, so I've got the navigation bar button on there, but it's a little bit too high up. I want it to be more centered horizontally. And I'm hitting some kind of issue when I add the audiobook. So like if I type in anything like audiobook, if I do any of these books and I click the plus button and then I select audiobook, it should pop up here in the library, but it's only, it doesn't produce the doesn't pop up here in the player card like it should. So like these other items are local. So if I add this one and then I go back to that player card, I can find it and then I can play it.
What if I told you that you could go through your...
But I'm not able to do that with the content that I'm allocating to the audiobook library view. But the good news is that I've got this antenna. I'm going to change it from an antenna to something else, but it's just an antenna for right now. It's just, yeah, you're right. You're definitely right. I'm gonna call it, because I'm just building broken code at this point if I keep trying to push through, because I'm getting tired. So I think I've hit that stopping point. I appreciate you hanging out with me, but I'll be back on again soon, and we'll hopefully have worked through this on the next one. So that's going to be it for now. I'll catch you next time. Take it easy, my friend. All right.